The HCC Board of Trustees monthly meeting will begin at 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Good afternoon. The regular meeting will now come to order on February 21st, 2024 at
4:06 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. At this time, please join Trustee Lalu Davies for the prayer, followed by the pledge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heads bowed, or however you observe your religious beliefs, and we could all stand. Okay. Dear God, ruler of man, we come to you on this day to thank you for the many blessings over all of our lives, over this institution, over those who are entrusted to serve this institution and to represent the public interest. We pray over the lives of everyone who's affiliated with the Houston Community College system. Pray that you'll continue to show mercy upon them, make your grace abundant in their lives, and continue to guide us and lead us in the way that you will have us do the will on behalf of the people. In your name we pray. Amen. Now the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic, which one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Pledge the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We are now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Audit Committee, Committee of the Whole, Marketing Committee, and special meetings on January 10th, 2024. Regular meeting on January 24th, 2024, and special meeting on January 31st, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the January 2024 meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? If there are no corrections, we're now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for January 2024.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0.
We will now move to our awards, presentation, and recognitions. Tard Duplantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Good afternoon. At this time, we invite representatives from Barnes & Noble to join the trustees, Chancellor, and Karen Schmidt in front of the dais for the check presentation. Barnes & Noble College provided nearly $155,000 in contributions to the HCC Foundation in support of HCC student success this past fiscal year. Thank you for your continuous support and contribution in support of our students. We'll provide an opportunity for remarks by our donors at the end of the recognitions. Trustees and Chancellor, please remain in front of the dais for the next recognition. We invite representatives from Caring Aggies Mentoring Program to join the Trustees, Chancellor, and Karen Schmidt in front of the dais for the check presentation. Houston A&M's Club's Camp Program donated $25,000 in support of HCC in establishing the Jane Borscht Camp Scholarship. Again, thank you for your generous contribution to the HCC Foundation. Once again, Trustees and Chancellor, remain in front of the dais, please. It's our pleasure now to invite representatives from Citgo to join the Trustees and Chancellor in front of the dais for a check presentation along with Northwest College President Dr. Zachary Hodges and Karen Schmidt. Citgo awarded a grant of $25,000 to support the Ideas Academy program at HCC's Northwest College. Once again, thank you for your contribution to the HCC Foundation and the Ideas Academy at Northwest College. At this time, we pause to recognize 13 students who have been selected as members of the 2024 Texas All-Academic Team for HCC, marking them among the very best community college students in the state of Texas. The Texas All-Academic Team is an honor co-sponsored by the University of Texas System and the Texas Association of Community Colleges. We invite the following students to join the Trustees and Chancellor in front of the dais for the recognition. At Central College, Xavier Holt. Michaela Waynes, Northwest College, Adot Ituro Soporuch Elvis Elang, Doi Bao Nguyen, Duc Huang, Jenny Benitez Pineda, Chisholm Favor Amadi Omas, Mohammed Hamza Faisal Hamid, Artemisa Hogan, Titus West from the Southeast College, and from the Southwest College, Suresh Juresh Bendi, T. Kui Huang Nguyen, and Jennifer Martin. Please all come forward. Thank you very much. You may now take a seat. We appreciate you being here. We have one more recognition before being seated. If we can get our Credential of Value student, Pamela Esquivel, is going to come forward and have her picture taken. Pammy, as she's known, also worked with us at HCC TV. Congratulations. Chancellor and trustees, you may now return to the dais. At this time, we now invite Karen Schmidt to the podium for remarks for all of our check presentations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, HCC trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. I'm honored to have the opportunity as the HCC Foundation President to thank Barnes & Noble College for their support of HCC student success. Barnes & Noble College provided nearly $155,000 in contributions to the HCC Foundation in support of HCC student success this past fiscal year, which was fiscal year 23. This total includes support for books and supplies for the HCC Honors College students. We are grateful to Barnes & Noble College long-standing investment in HCC students and Houston's future workforce. This investment helps drive HCC student success year after year, building on their nearly 3 decades of support. We applaud Barnes & Noble College for their commitment to education that allows our students to navigate the difficult financial challenges of balancing work, family, and education. I want to acknowledge the members of Barnes & Noble College leadership who have joining us today to express appreciation for this significant commitment. We are deeply grateful for your support and partnership. I now yield the podium to Dr. Darren Baskin, Executive Director of HCC's Weekend and Honors College, who would like to say a few words of gratitude.
So, good afternoon. It has been a minute since I've been here at this podium, but it feels right. So, thank you, Karen, Board of Trustees, Chancellor. We are grateful to have Barnes & Nobles as a partner. As the HCC Weekend and Honors College Executive Director, I am honored to acknowledge Barnes & Nobles College and their ongoing support for the Honors College Scholarship for for books, For many years now, Barnes & Nobles College has invested in the academic success and bright futures of our Honors College students. In the past fiscal year alone, their generous contribution provided nearly $55,000 that was used for books and supplies for Honors College students. The investment directly impacts student success in the classroom by ensuring that some of our highest achieving students have the course materials they need from day one, which increases success in the classroom. The personal challenges our students face are real. In addition to rigorous academics, many must also work part-time to support family and to support themselves. Being financially unstable causes a lot of stress on our students. Barnes & Noble has alleviated a little bit of that stress. The cost of books and materials can often be overtaxing. Books are expensive. However, thanks to Barnes & Noble, our honors college students can focus their energies on learning instead of worrying about how to pay for their education and their books. The confidence that Barnes & Noble show in our students through this partnership is inspiring. It tells students that others see their potentials for excellence and are committed to their continued growth and development. It also drives the students to do better, knowing that someone has their back. This support has transformed lives at our college and has allowed our students to breathe more easily and focus on their academic achievements. Countless honors college graduates from our honors college have went through Cornell University, Purdue University, Rhodes College, UC Berkeley, Texas Women's, Texas Southern University, University of Houston across the board, St. Thomas, University of St. Thomas. We have students that have transitioned to all of these schools and have graduated with honors. And they are now pursuing meaningful careers that can be traced back to the moments of discovery sparked by the resources that Barnes & Noble have provided to our students. For that impact, I am in your debt, Barnes & Noble. On behalf of the students past, present, and future, thank you, Barnes & Noble, for your vision and generosity. Your partnership strengthens not just individuals, but our entire community. It is my honor to invite Brian Stark, Chief Operating Officer of Barnes & Noble.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I heard that we've been associated for 30 years. I'm proud to tell you I've been here for those entire 3 decades in higher education. What an honor it is to be here to make such a donation and how it impacts students' lives. And I want to tell you how it impacted my life. When I was 17 years old and just out of high school, I registered to go to the local community college. $65 a quarter, believe it or not. Yep. And so I didn't know that didn't include books. And I was a self-paying student. So I went to the bookstore and the books cost more than the class. $100 for the books. I was ready to drop out. I was done. And then someone tapped me on the shoulder and said, the college has a textbook scholarship that's donated by local business people. You should apply. I did and received that $100 gift of textbooks for my first quarter of school. And from that, it inspired me every quarter to do well in school, to go on and get a 4-year degree, advance my career. And it's been inspirational for me to be part of a company that gives back to the accounts that we serve. And thank you so much for allowing us to be here and the partnership that we have. And the money we provide does touch students and it changes their lives. I hope all of you have a great meeting today. Thank you very much.
And thank you.
Thank you, Board Chair Lenton Gary, trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. I'm honored to have the opportunity as HCC Foundation President to thank Citgo for its support of Houston Community College students through the HCC Foundation. Citgo awarded a grant of $25,000 to support the Ideas Academy program at HCC's Northwest College. Citgo has a corporate motto of fueling good. The company defines this as a spirit that recognizes good in our communities and brings people together to help make communities stronger. We applaud this commitment and are grateful for Citgo's support of HCC to help make our community stronger. Now I would like to invite Dr. Zachary Hodges to the podium to share more about the Ideas Academy program.
Thank you, Karen. Madam Board Chair, Board of Trustees, and Chancellor. So pleased to be able to thank Citgo for its ongoing support of our HCC Ideas Academy, housed at the West Houston Institute, and with strong support from Alief ISD. Ideas Academy stands for innovation, design, and entrepreneurship in the arts and sciences. The beneficiaries of this program include an estimated 265 students and educators from Alief ISD, middle and high schools, as well as mentors from HCC. These schools are among the most diverse in the state and serve a number of student populations historically underrepresented in the STEMS field. The HCC Ideas Academy establishes pathways for students to pursue education in STEM areas beyond high school and outside of the classroom. Students gain a foundational understanding of creativity and innovation and learn to use design thinking and project-based learning to take care of real-world problems and tackle those problems. In short, they develop the mindsets and skill sets that will empower them to become the future leaders of our digital and global 21st century. Thank you again to Citgo for enabling us to make this impact in the lives of our Houston area students. I would now like to invite Shannon McNary, Manager of Public Affairs and Corporate Citizenship, to the podium to provide remarks on behalf of Citgo.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come and share a little bit about our partnership with HCC. I have to say, I'm extremely proud to be a partner of HCC in this program. This is all part of our Citgo STEM Talent Pipeline Initiative, where we support STEM education in our area schools. We're really hoping to build that new employee for our company, but also for here in Houston. And what I love about this program is that it teaches innovation. It doesn't just teach the skills and knowledge that you need for the future, it teaches the mindset, as Dr. Hodges says, to be able to have critical thinking, teamwork, problem solving, to solve those issues that we have in the future. They've been a fantastic partner with our Citgo Innovation Academies at Ollie Middle School and Alief Early College, both in Alief ISD. And I hope, and I've been bringing teachers to the Ideas Academy so they can learn new ways of creating this mindset for students across the United States. So thank you so much for the partnership.
I want to say thank you as well, because our students really need all the assistance that they can get, especially in STEM education.
It is now my honor to thank Houston A&M's Club Camp program for their support of HCC in establishing the Jane Borscht Camp Scholarship. Camp, or the Caring Aggies Mentor Program, should sound familiar to you because this is the third endowment that has been established at the HCC Foundation to benefit students in the program. Through camp, Houston area students are mentored by local Aggie alumni starting in 3rd grade and all the way through high school graduation, with a focus on supporting students to succeed in higher education. Ms. Jane Borscht has been a longtime supporter of the camp program, and so the leadership of camp has chosen to establish this endowment in her honor, for which we are so grateful. This scholarship endowment will provide perpetual support to camp students who wish to enroll at Houston Community College. Thank you again, and I now would like to invite Hector Severos, Vice President of Camp, to say a few words.
Howdy.
Howdy.
It just, It's just inherent in our discussion, our speeches. My name is Secretary E. Cavazos, class of 7. Oh, here again, I go to my A&M roots. I graduated in 1974 with a petroleum engineering degree, and I was very impressed with the programs y'all have in HCC. I was not aware that y'all had a petroleum engineering technology program. So because I'm close to it, that makes my heart very happy. Okay, so I want to thank the trustees. I want to thank Ms. Karen Schmidt for inviting us to this board meeting. Everything I was going to say was said by Mrs. Schmidt. So, but I'll elaborate a little bit. CAMP, which stands for Caring Aggies Mentoring Program, started in 2005 with a hope of trying to get students to stay in school. We do not mentor them academically, we mentor them socially. We start at 3rd grade, go through high school. We still stay in touch with a lot of these students who graduate from high school in college. We know that not everybody can go to a 4-year college, so Freddie Wong, who started this program back in '05, helped establish the program to where we mentor them to consider 4 areas. One is a 4-year college if they can get into it. 2 is a 2-year college if they can get into it. A trade school that would be probably of their interest, or the military. So as we get involved with these children and we mentor them and we get to know what their path is going to be, we focus on them trying to pursue that. We want them, 1, to stay in school. 2 is consider a higher education program and path forward. A lot of these kids are predominantly Hispanic or Black. And what we know and what we have learned is that a lot of kids don't want to get away from mom and daddy too far. We understand that. I grew up in that environment. So it is important that we encourage these kids to seek out and be exposed to career paths such as nursing, such as engineering, such as accounting, any type of program that they might be interested in. At program, for us, we take them to, excuse us for being biased, we take them to A&M for the different colleges, for the engineering, chemistry, nursing. We have all these colleges there at A&M. Of course, we want them to go to A&M, but if they cannot, we still give them the resources and advice to go to any college they want to go to. And of course, a community college. So thank you all again. Mrs. Jane Burrs has been extremely generous with her support to us. And that's why we decided to establish this endowed scholarship in her name to recognize her for her contribution to us. Thank you all very much for the invitation to present to y'all. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd be remiss if I did mention that Mr. Cavazos and I have the pleasure of serving on the Speakers Committee for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So we're well acquainted. That's why he came up and said howdy, and I was too slow to respond the way we normally do.
In recognition of Black History Month, we now invite Dr. Samuel Hogsett to the podium to present on the significance of Black History Month.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chancellor Dr. Margaret Ford Fisher, Board Chair Dr. Cynthia Linton Gary, Board of Trustees members, Vice Chancellors, Presidents, and all others in attendance. Yes, thank you. Black History Month is celebrated every February, but to me, it is 365 days a week, a year, 366 during leap year. The February celebration originally was called Negro History Week by Dr. Carter G. Woodson. Dr. Woodson was the second African in America PhD holder after W.E.B. Du Bois. Dr. Woodson recognized the need for black people to locate themselves in history in order to bolster pride and purpose, to celebrate achievements, and to pursue continuing greatness. He founded the Association for the Study of African American Life and History in 1915, and in 1926 he launched Negro History Week. Dr. Woodson believed, as do I, that education and increased social and professional contacts among blacks and other races could and will reduce racism. Selected not because of his length, but because of the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. Both of these great men who so impacted black history both have birthdays in the month of February. Black history is not just a monthly celebration, rather it is an ongoing celebration, an expression of pride, both solemn and joyful. Encapsulated in the knowledge contained in black history is not only remembrance, but also a call to action. I have heard it said that black history is everyone's history, but I beg to differ. Black history is black history. It is the very essence of a people, not just any people, the first peoples, foundational people, everyone living, everyone in the sound of my voice has within their DNA the connection to the original peoples. Dr. Woodson and Martin R. Delaney before him disputed and debunked the lies propagated by those who would seek to erase truth. We were told that black peoples had no history, no achievements, and no civilization. However, even a cursory study of black history quickly reveals that to celebrate Western civilization and laud the contributions of the Greeks and Romans, it is to know that the bedrock of those civilizations is found in Africa. The Greek scholars such as Socrates and his student Plato, among others, studied and learned from the pre-scholars of Egypt, or better known by us historians as Kemet. When you know or learn black history, then you know that Imhotep is far from an evil mummy. Imhotep, priest-architect, the father of medicine, long before Hippocrates. It is important to understand the place that black peoples and their achievements have contributed to the advancement and well-being of us all. Black achievements in science, the arts, culture, medicine, music, and inventions are both numerous and significant. When we woke this very morning and activated the lights, the filament that makes the lights glow is because of Louis Latimer. When the doorknob is turned, it is because of Osborne Dorsey, and the three-light stoplight is Garrett Morgan. Black artists like Henry O. Tanner and the art of John T. Biggers, promoted by the late Eugene Foney, is but a small example of the rich artistic heritage of black American art. The contribution of the Divine Nine black Greek organizations, Alpha Phi Alpha, Kappa Alpha Psi, Omega Psi Phi, Phi Beta Sigma, Iota Phi Theta, Alpha Kappa Alpha, Delta Sigma Theta, Zeta Phi Beta, and Sigma Gamma Rho, and their immense contributions to the black experience and social, political, and religious institutions throughout the world cannot be understated. While history does not repeat itself, it does provide lessons that, if learned, can help to alleviate or mitigate circumstances and situations. The tragedy of Camp Logan is brought to the fore by HCC Professor of History Angela Holder, as is the tragic history of convict labor leasing, highlighted by the award-winning work of Dean Dr. Helen Graham on the Sugarland 95 project. Both stellar HCC historians have worked tirelessly to continue to shed light on some of the darkest aspects of the black experience in America, while continuing to provide an excellent educational experience to our students. We collectively owe it to ourselves to learn about the history and contributions of blacks to history, as well as research, study, attend a presentation, or enroll in a class. Is black history important? Yes. By studying and holding high black history, it in no way diminishes the accomplishments and contributions of others. It only serves to enhance them. I want to personally thank Dr. Zachary Hodges, President of the Staff Senate Aaron Henry, Dean Dr. Helen Graham, Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Chief Academic Officer, and she's got other titles, Norma Perez, Assistant Vice Chancellor Desmond Lewis, Dr. Samantha Rodriguez, Dr. Teresa Jacks, Dr. Marjorie Brown, Dr. Melinda Mejia, Professors Kimberly Milton Jones, Angela Holder, Sybil Davis, and Shauna Williams for their outstanding contributions to keeping Black history alive at HCC and in the wider community. Tomorrow, well, I was going to speak tomorrow on the campus of A-Leaf Bissonnette, but it got canceled. So I was going to do a little plug for that. But thank you for listening, and know that Black history is alive and well, and we should all celebrate it. Thank you very much.
We now invite Dr. Lauren Kerr-Harali to the podium to present on the significance of International Women's Day and Women's History Month.
Hi there. Thank you all for having me. Thank you, Dean Graham, for the invitation. I'm just waiting for the PowerPoint. While I do that, I'll plug our Black History Month talk that the History Department is putting on next week. And it's going to be a great exploration of Black cowboys. So hope you come and join us for that. So I wanted to talk to you about the origin of Women's History Month and International Women's Day. The origins of International Women's Day actually go back to about 1907. They have their roots in labor movements in North America and Europe. The first time that it was sort of recognized was in 1909 in New York City with a women's march. Shortly thereafter in 1910 in Copenhagen, and in 1911 in Denmark, Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. 1913 in Russia. I could go on, but I'll skip to the 1970s where I say that the UN finally gave it recognition, and so now it is a global recognized day that we observe. The origin of Women's History Month in the U.S. started as Women's History Week in California in March of 1978. It then expanded nationwide and federally was recognized in 1980. President Jimmy Carter was the first to recognize it federally. And since 1995, every president has annually proclaimed March as Women's History Month, following Congress's designation in 1987. The yearly theme for Women's History Month is chosen and published by the National Women's History Alliance, and the 2024 theme is Women Who Advocate for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. So I'm a historian, so I couldn't help giving you a little history, but I wanted to talk about the significance as well. It provides an opportunity to celebrate the accomplishments and impact from women. And on a personal note, one of the reasons that I am a historian of women's history is because of a Women's History Month event that I attended at my community college as a student a long time ago. Also wanted to highlight some comments from students. They are doing a project that is an oral history of their family. So they're interviewing family or close friends about a food that's important to them. And several of them have said, my mom or grandmother never thought that their history was important until we did this project. So one of the things we seek to do is to highlight the history of quote unquote ordinary people as well as our heroes. I also had a student on day 2 of my American history this semester say, so when did women's inequality start? I said, well, that's a complicated question. We can't answer just now. As I said, my research was partially inspired by Women's History Month. So in my research, I look at the history of Black women medical doctors, and this, if you want a copy of this timeline, just let me know, but it's interactive if you click on it. Dr. Edith Irby Jones was the first African American to attend a segregated medical school in the South, and she was one of 3 women at the time. She had to be segregated within the classroom. She was not allowed to eat in the dining room, so the kitchen staff set up a table for her with a tablecloth and flowers in the kitchen. She was very close friends with the other 2 white women who were there, and they would stand right in the middle of the bus, just hovering that line of segregation. So she did her internship and her studies in Houston and set up a practice, and I had the honor of interviewing her a couple times before she died. She never charged anyone who couldn't pay for medical services. So also wanted to highlight that we have a talk coming up for Women's History Month. This is at Alief Hayes campus on 319. And this is a really cool project because the Center for Mexican American and Latino Studies has a project called Latino Cartographies, which maps the past, present, and future of Latina art. And so they're going to be focusing on Latina artists in Houston, as well as they're bringing some students to talk about what it's like to be a public historian, because one of the things the History Speakers Committee is seeking to do is expand our students' understanding of what a historian is and what they can do. So this is an interactive presentation. This picture you see here is actually an interactive board that they can click on and see different information about artists in Houston. So thank you again for having me. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again to Dr. Hogsett and Dr. Kerr-Harali. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
We would like to take a moment to congratulate our Chancellor, Dr. Ford Fisher, who was recognized at the 12th Annual Top 50 Black Professionals and Entrepreneurs of Texas Awards Ceremony, hosted by D. Mars on Saturday, February 17, 2024. Each honoree is nominated by peers and community leaders who feel they have gone the extra mile to ensure their clients' business matters are handled with extreme care and professionalism. Also, Chancellor Ford Fisher has been selected as one of Houston's most 50 influential women of 2023 by the staff of the Houston Woman's Magazine. This celebration will be held on Thursday, March 21st, 2024 at the Junior League of Houston. Again, congratulations, Dr. Ford Fisher.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
We will now open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts and overview from conferences or workshops attended, and/or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. We ask each trustee to limit their respective comments to no more than 4 minutes. Trustees? Anyone? Okay, Trustee Wilson.
Usually, I don't take up the time for a district report in trying to conserve time here and not belabor, but I feel it's important today to say something about the president at Northwest. He keeps my schedule full. I mean, he has a meeting once a week that I have to go to out in that district, and he is engaged with the community, which I think is very important. We get a lot of good community input from all those meetings at KD and Spring Branch and Alief from West Houston, and the ham sandwiches leave a little bit to be desired, but other than that. And seeing as how Monday was President's Day, and I've got a picture of Mount Rushmore that I'd like to show. And we have important presidents. If you'll notice, there's George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln, and this other president on that. This doesn't mean that I'm only, the rest of the presidents here at the school aren't important, but they are. It means that that wall wasn't big enough for all of them. And I appreciate every president and what they do here at HCC and how they run their college. And I hope we can all work together and expand the reach of HCC and turn this institution into a world-class school. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate everything you do.
Any other trustees?
Madam Chair,
Trustee
Madam Chair?
Reichardt? Yes.
I wanted to also piggyback on Trustee Wilson. I wanted to also recognize Dr. Hodges for being named a finalist for the American Association of Community Colleges. That's a really big deal. He is truly the epitome of professionalism and integrity, and I am also very grateful that he's a part of our community college. So congratulations, Dr. Hodges.
Thank you, Trustee Reichardt, for that.
Sure, I'll go. Thank you all. I want to take this moment to acknowledge Dr. Ramel Young and his team, Blake Johnson, who were great chaperones in having us at the American Community College Association of Community College Trustees. We were there for our National Legislative Conference at the beginning of the month. Myself, Trustee Cheban, Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth, and I'm mixing. You were there, yeah. I'm looking at you like, okay, yeah. And yourself, you were right there in the picture together. But it was a fantastic time. Just to make some important notes from the federal level, one of the big things that Madam Chair was really leaning in on during our congressional visits were our advocacy about making Pell Grants eligible to be applied for workforce programs. There's some legislation that's under consideration that would possibly make that happen, and so there's a lot of effort around that, as well as the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. So there's some real opportunities, even in a divided Congress, where we think we can rally support around this, coalescing themes around workforce, American competitiveness, and so that was a fantastic opportunity for us all, and so thank you to all who participated.
I'd just like to pile onto that real quick. Vice Chancellor Young, we had a very rapidly shifting schedule on the Hill, and him and his team made it seem easy. That's the best metaphor that came to mind is that of a duck, that on the surface everything looks calm, but you know that his feet are going crazy underneath the surface. You just don't see it. But it was a really enjoyable experience. You made it look very easy, and we appreciate your hard work and the work of your staff to pull it off so gracefully. So thank you.
Madam Chair. Rice University announced its final report from the Task Force on Slavery, Segregation, and Racial Injustice. Dr. Alex Byrd, a Yates graduate and 20-plus year-long professor of history at Rice University and is currently now associate provost, completed the report with the task force along with final recommendations. Rice University commissioned this report and this research by the 7th president, Dr. David Lebron, to understand what Rice's participation in slavery was and racial injustice. And it is a very compelling final report which they have published and presented. Rice Institution, the institution owned its history and publicly acknowledged its participation in slavery, segregation, and racial injustice. It is a very compelling report, and I was very proud of Dr. Alex Byrd because if any of you have ever attended any of his lectures, he does something that is probably shocking to most people in this room. As he does his presentation, he has a slide in the back behind him of men who have been lynched. And he continues his entire presentation with those slides running. And so it is profound the way that he teaches the history of the Americas. And so I'd like to say thank you to him and the task force at Rice University for this final report. And it is the Task Force on Slavery, Segregation, and Racial Injustice. and it was completed in October 2023, and the discussion at length was at the Rice University campus this month. I also would like to take a moment to thank two people who are the employees of one of our programs, our Case Trio program. It is very difficult, very challenging when people who are downtrodden, it's very challenging to reach them, encourage them, and actually engage them in education and skills and trades training. And so the two people who were employed or who are employed in this particular program spend countless hours working with these people, even those who have lost their residences due to eviction. And I just want to take a moment and say thank you to those two people because they are housed at South Campus. And when I came on board, this program was struggling to get students. And these two people at times have had as many as 1,000 students in the program. So I want to say thank you to them because as we tend to believe that if we build it, they will come, those two people, along with several other people in mid-management who keep their boots on the ground, they actually go out into the trenches, the highways and byways, and bring those students who would have intrepidation about attending any school or any trade program to better themselves. And I also want to thank Ashley Smith because Star of Hope is an institution in this city, and they are literally 2 blocks from South Campus. And a number of African Americans and Latinos live there. They are only allowed to live there 1 year, and they must be self-sufficient in 1 year. And I know most of us have not ever been self-sufficient in 1 year. And Ashley Smith took on the initiative of opening the doors through Board Chair Hank Rush. And I want to say thank you. Thank you for that agreement. I want to say thank you to the Vice President, Michelle Alexander, who is, she was born and raised in District 9. She is the Vice President, and she is very excited about what Houston Community College is doing with Star of Hope. So thank you for that, because I've been waiting a long time for that door to open, and I am so glad that you took the initiative. Thank you so much. That concludes my District 9 report.
Laredo. Hello?
Okay. Trustee Laredo.
Hi. I also like to recognize someone from my district, Mr. Jose Perez of District 8. He was celebrating 100 years. And so I just want to say congratulations to him. He's been around a long time. And he happens to be the father of Dr. Norma Perez. So happy birthday to him for his 100 years of service to the community in Denver Harbor and to the seniors around him. On another note, I'd also like to extend our condolences to Mr. Welcome Wilson. He was a friend of the Houston Community College and would attend our meetings 2 years ago. So again, thank you and wish everybody well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laredo.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I failed to mention Trustee Eva Laredo was with us at HCCT as well, and she was leading the charge. I've slept since then, but yes, I've got the full slate now.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I think that's where I caught the pneumonia. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? That's it. There are no meetings scheduled for March 2024. The following meetings are scheduled for April 2024. April 3rd, committee meetings, time to be determined. April 3rd, Committee of the Whole meeting will be at 4 p.m. April 17th, the regular meeting will be at 4 p.m. Board retreat. Board services will also be polling the trustees for availability to attend a board retreat in the month of April. The meeting will be held at the HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, second floor, auditorium and will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirement. This concludes the chairman's report. We will now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher with the chancellor's report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. First, I would like to thank all of our partners for their generous support of our students. Their support is paying off in student success. I'm also delighted to report that our enrollment for the spring term continues to increase. As of today, we are up in semester credit hour and unduplicated enrollment by 7%, and overall enrollment by 8% in all other categories, to include continuing education and adult education. Programmatically, the health of the institution is good, and we're getting better with some plans that are being implemented currently and other plans for implementation in the summer and fall of 2024. For example, Coleman College is expanding its offerings. For the first time since its opening, the Coleman College of Health Sciences is offering the first series of academic courses at Coleman Tower, and all classes have made. We have 22 programs at Coleman College, and we are preparing to expand in the fall to evening and weekend classes in a cohort format at that location. We do have new credentials of value that have been approved by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and authorization from SACS to offer an Associate of Applied Science degree in Smart Building Technology at Central College, and a certificate in Welding Technology at the Southeast College. The Northeast College's Public Safety Institute recently graduated 32 cadets from its basic peace officer class, with every cadet passing the state's commissioning examination. Partnering police agencies pinned badges on 29 of the cadets. February 5th through 7th, we were pleased to welcome the visiting team from members of the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for a review of our 2 baccalaureate degree programs, one in healthcare management and the other in artificial intelligence and robotics. I would like to thank the visiting team members who were very thorough, and also thank the HCC team members who worked tirelessly to ensure that HCC was prepared to welcome the visitors and to address the substantive change as well as the standards and principles of accreditation. A formal introduction of the HCC team members will be presented to the board after final action is taken by the SACS COC Board of Trustees, hopefully in June. Once again, trustees, I am now pleased, as was mentioned earlier, to share that Dr. Zachary Hodges, president of HCC Northwest College, has been named a finalist for the Chief Executive Officer of the Year award from the American Association of Community Colleges. Dr. Hodges has led Northwest College for 28 years, implementing many student success initiatives, including an HCC University of Texas Tyler Engineering Program partnership, a Chevron Texas A&M University Engineering Academy at HCC, and the HCC University of Houston Engineering Academy. Recipients will be announced at the AACC annual conference scheduled in April. Please join me once again in congratulating Dr. Hodges. Houston Community College has been named a Network Legend Award recipient by Achieving the Dream. The Network Legend Award recognizes the 15 colleges that began their partnership with ATD, which is Achieving the Dream, in 2004, and celebrates their longevity in the network. Achieving the Dream and the mission is to transform colleges to ensure all students can access learning that propels them into rewarding careers. I might add that the Northeast College led the first team with a focus on learning communities. Now, at this time, Dr. Andrea Burridge will present the enrollment report. Dr. Burridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Trustees, Madam Chancellor. For today's enrollment update, we will start with a chart that illustrates HCC's total unduplicated enrollment from the start of registration through the end of term. The x-axis represents time, with the negative numbers representing days before the start of term, 0 the first day of classes of the regular term, and then the positive numbers are days after the start of regular term. Regular term ends about day 150. The red line represents this year, spring 2024, and the blue line is spring 2023. You can see that HCC started registration a little sooner this year, allowing students to plan their spring schedules just a little earlier, and HCC has consistently shown an increase in enrollment. At this point in the term, the majority of students have registered for spring, and we are assured that spring 2024 enrollment will be increased over spring 2023 by about 8%. So this chart graphs the total credit enrollment, which is the traditional degrees and certificates over the last 5 years. Spring 2020 is the last semester before the pandemic impacted HCC's enrollment. You can see in spring 2024, we see a robust recovery, with the credit enrollment increased by about 7%. These two graphs are HCC's funded and non-funded non-credit enrollment. And again, this is this very similar pattern to the credit enrollment, with increases in enrollment from spring 2024 over spring 2023 by about 16%. Consistently, HCC has shown improved enrollment in spring 2024 over spring 2023 and intends to continue this trend. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burridge. Now we will hear from our United Student Council President, Mr. Igor Lutzi. Please join us at the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Trustees, Madam Chancellor Ford Fisher, respected faculty and staff. My name is Igor Lucic, and I serve as the United Student Council President here at Houston Community College. And I'm excited to meet you all here again, once again, to discuss what we've accomplished this last month, as well as what we have planned for this academic calendar. Today I'm going to be speaking about the following items: the Black History Month event, TJCSGA Region 5 Assembly, and the Central Campus gym situation. Now, February marks Black History Month here at Houston Community College, and because of that, we're proudly hosting an event honoring local Black artists to the Stafford campus on February 28th. We're hosting local independent artists from Emergent & Co. to come talk about the history and the impact that Black artists have made, as well as hosting a watercoloring workshop for our students. For my next order of business, I'll be discussing about the TJCSGA Region 5 General Assembly. March 1st marks the Region 5 Assembly for the Texas Junior College Student Government Association, this time hosted at the A-Leaf campus. This marks as a memorable occasion as we invite students from all over the region, combined student governments like Galveston College, Lee College, Lone Star College, as well as Houston Community College. We will be having a wonderful experience in order to represent Houston Community College at a state level conference happening in late April at our state's capital in Austin, Texas. Now, for my final order of business, I want to discuss an issue that my student body has been dealing with since the beginning of this semester: the increase of the Central Campus gym prices. In short, a long time ago, students had to pay a small fee in order to access the facilities at the Central Gym College. But because of the COVID, central government has halted the fees. But now that the COVID era comes to an end, we have resumed charging for the gym. Now, due to the age of the equipment as well as inflation, the gym costs have risen to the astronomical cost of $75 a month for students, faculty, and staff. Now, as president, it is my duty to be the personified megaphone for the voices of my student body. And let me tell you that they have made their disdain loud and clear. Our central student government has organized an independent council to go and collect students' signatures for a petition, as well as to get their opinions on the matter. In less than 3 days, we have collected over 200 signatures begging for a change. Thanks to the polls conducted, we can see that 83% of students have either been very impacted by the changes or extremely impacted. And we can also see that over 90% of the student body simply cannot afford to pay for the increase of the gym costs. Now, my administration has worked closely with President Siddiqui, as well as the rest of the administration team at HCC Central, and we've made a lot of productive talks in the last couple weeks. I'm excited to announce that as of now, we have temporarily halted fees for the students as we work together on finding different directions on funding for the central gym. Now, while I'm here, let me be clear that the change in policy does not simply affect the central student body, but all HCC students. I know that most of our campuses, if not all of our campuses, have a wellness center, but Central Gym serves as the only full-service gym facility here at Houston Community College. The Central Gym also serves as the only facility with shower access for our students. Kinesiology classes rely on the equipment there for classes, and rec sports, which is made up and formed of students from all our respected campuses, depend on Central Gym to function. Although physically the gym only exists at Central, it plays a pivotal role in the entire ecosystem of HCC. Now, I know everybody in this room works tirelessly day in and day out on making positive changes and making our students' lives better. That's why I'm looking forward to all of us working together on this issue and ushering in positive changes for Houston Community College, and to join the central student government in our quest to protect student body access to the gym and getting rid of the membership policy. That concludes the United Student Council report for this month. Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher, we thank you for your continued support and inspiring us to become better leaders every day. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igor. Thank you. I'm just saying thank you very much. And I would like for you to convey to the students that when this bubbled up to the district office on yesterday, this had been a discussion that was held in isolation. This was not an initiative that was approved by the administration. And so in conversation with Dr. Siddiqui on yesterday, we were able to get clarification on that. The students pay a student life fee and an activity fee, and that answers the question. So you can put this issue to rest with all of the faculty as well as the students to assure them that there is no fee for the use of the gym. That was not approved during the budgeting period by the board, and until such time as the faculty, staff, and students hear otherwise, there is no fee. Thank you so very much for your proactivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'll be sure to spread the word. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. Now, I would like to indicate that Dr. Dejan Grigsby will not be here today to present the Faculty Senate report. She will resume her report in April. But now, I would like to invite Staff Senate President, Mr. Aaron Henry, to the podium to present the Staff Senate report. Mr. Henry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll keep my report rather brief and just update the board with that the staff have been eagerly engaged in committee work, and I'll just highlight some of the committees that the staff members have engaged in, particularly the ad hoc committee in regards to the campus culture. Our staff are eagerly engaged in working to enhance our culture of care here at the institution. as well as our Constitution and Bylaws Committee and various other committees. But I'll yield the rest of my time as it relates to my report to acknowledging a particular staff member here at our institution. And I'll read just a very brief portion of the resolution that we have for her. And so it just says that Houston Community College Staff Senate, and it says resolution, and it's celebrating Mary Lindbergh's 50 years of service at Houston Community College. Whereas the Staff Senate of Houston Community College holds in high regard the exceptional dedication and service demonstrated by Ms. Mary Lindbergh, whose tenure at Houston Community College spans an impressive almost 52 years. And Ms. Lindbergh has embodied the role of Director of Admission and Registrar with the unparalleled leadership, wisdom, and commitment to excellence, greatly enhancing the fabric of our HCC community. And it says, whereas Ms. Lindbergh's fervent passion for student success and her dynamic enthusiasm for her work continue to inspire and uplift her colleagues, embodying the spirit of commitment and excellence that defines Houston Community College. Now therefore be it resolved that the staff of the Houston Community College system, on behalf of our entire community, extend our deepest gratitude and highest praise to Mrs. Mary Lindbergh for her exemplary service, her enduring dedication, and her transformative impact on our college. And be it further resolved that we present this resolution to Ms. Mary Lindbergh as a testament to our admiration and respect, and that it be circulated within the HCC community to honor her extraordinary achievements and to celebrate this legacy she continues to build at HCC. Resolved, the Staff Senate, the 21st day of February 2024. Would Ms. Lindbergh join us here? And would our trustees join us in front of the dais, please? Would you join us in front of the dais? Thank you. Thank you. Indeed, they have some flowers for you. Victor, go ahead and take a picture.
Congratulations. That concludes my report.
Thank you so very, very much, Mr. Henry, and congratulations to Ms. Lindbergh. So I would like to say that it's just really been marvelous having the 50 years of opportunities to work with Ms. Lindbergh, who has just done and continues to do a magnificent job. So congratulations to you. And so at this time, as we focus on our credentials of value, Madam Chair and members of the board, we have just two brief additional items. Dr. Norma Perez will come to the podium to highlight a student success story that focuses on credentials of value. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor. Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, I'm here to remind everyone as to why we're here as an institution. So I want to highlight two of our graduates. The first one is Michelina Olivas. She's a lieutenant at the Waller Harris Fire Department who began receiving her credential of value from Houston Community College at the HCC Fire Training Academy. It was Michelina's dream since childhood to become someone who helps people in trouble. So she ignited her career by taking the advice of her role model, who happened to also be an HCCS instructor at the Fire Academy. She confidently affirms that her training at HCC fully prepared her for her career as a firefighter and helped her move up the ladder and become lieutenant, who leads other firefighters to save more people. Michelina is 28 years old. She's from El Paso. She is the first of her family to attend college. In 2016 is when she earned her Texas firefighting certificate at HCC, receiving the second highest score in the state on her certification exam. While at HCC, she also earned a BS in biology from Prairie View A&M University. She served in the Prairie View Fire Department before joining Walter Harris Emergency Service District, where again she was promoted to lieutenant. She is now teaching at HCC as a part-time instructor and hopes to apply to attend medical school. Today she earns $72,000 a year. This is her story.
I chose HCC because I was recruited by a role model of mine who was already an instructor over here and basically introduced me to this career path. I chose firefighting as a career because it's very rewarding. I love helping people, I love saving people, and it was always something that I've wanted to do since I was a kid during career day at my school. So. The instructors at HCC were very, very hands-on, and they were very passionate about the fire service. They showed me a lot in regards to what I needed to know in the field. I felt very prepared leaving HCC and going out into my fire department station. So after I graduated from HCC Fire Academy, I finished my degree and graduated from Prairie View A&M University, after which I went to be full-time at Walter Harris ESD 200 as a firefighter, and I also went to get my paramedic certification, and now I am a lieutenant on the fire truck. The instructors at HCC instilled the importance of building a foundation and gave me the tools to continue building that foundation in my career path.
Our second student you met earlier, that is Pamela Esquivel. She received her Associate of Applied Science degree in filmmaking from HCC and is now furthering her education at the University of Houston to earn a bachelor's degree and teaching certificate. She stresses the importance of her internship at HCC TV, where she learned the professional business of film and video production, and at HCC's film program that increased her knowledge and practical use of current equipment and software in her dream field. She is 22 and she's from Palacios, Texas. She has produced several short films over the last 2 years, collaborating with several area filmmakers. As indicated, last year she served an internship with HCC TV. She is now attending the University of Houston while majoring in media production and teaching filmmaking and photography at Paul Revere Middle School as a consultant for Houston Independent School District. She hopes one day to become a college or university professor. Here is her story.
In high school, I spent time in the audiovisual courses, and so through there, I kind of just gravitated towards film. And growing up as a kid, you know, I always was a big fan of film. The instruction was actually very easy and very straight to the point. I did like how they utilized what industry standard was and like what was actually accessible to us as students, and especially like the equipment. The equipment at HCC actually really did help us a lot because we became familiar with standard procedures and getting familiar with like how cameras operate, lighting, things like that. So a couple of opportunities that presented to me. First thing I can say right off the bat is my internship with HCC TV. That really did help me a lot with my experience and like constantly being exposed to equipment, but like more being out in the field in a more professional sense. Obviously, you know, I am a teacher at the end of the day, so another opportunity that was exposed to me, I ended up being picked up by HISD, being hired as a film teacher to teach. And this is all through like various internships that I did through HCC. I kind of just fell into teaching, you know, in the process, you know, I've grown to love it. And eventually I was able to take my passion in film and utilize with individuals to utilize their talents and creations of what they're able to do within the field that I have knowledge and experience in. You know, and which is how I found U of H, and I started taking classes at U of H and hopefully getting a teaching certification through that. In the long run, I hope to become an adjunct film professor at a college and be able to give my students the opportunity to work on internships outside and, you know, through a film studio that I hope to own and obtain one day. My time at HCC was interesting, you know, because of the opportunities, because of the people that I met, you know, I was able to figure out that I love teaching to this day. So, thank you, HCC.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Perez, and to all of the presenters, and thank you to our board for giving us this opportunity. Madam Chair, this concludes my report.
Thank you. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Service Office. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee, or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exception to the Open Meetings Act. The following persons have signed up to appear before the board: Judge Wanda Adams,
Good afternoon, trustees, Honorable Chancellor, Madam Chair, and all trustees and all faculty and staff. Mr. President, thank you all for allowing me to be here. It seems like 3 years has passed very quickly. I remember 3 years ago, I approached Dr. Brown with an idea about being able to assist our evicted families that comes out of the court, which sits in Trustee Davis's community, and to be able to find out a way we can help these individuals, preventing them from homelessness. So one of the things we have to look at, when we look at the data right now in Houston, as it was stated for the 2023 homeless count, there are currently about 3,270 homeless people just in the city of Houston alone, and that number has actually decreased. So as evictions rates continue to rise in Houston, it is an urgent need for community support and resources to become apparent. In light of this, the federally funded Case Trio program at Houston Community College Central, in collaboration with Harris County Precinct 7 Eviction Court, is proud to provide an update of a year-long community outreach. We're actually going into our 3rd year. Last year, I came with a report from the previous year, and now will come from a brief report for how of amazing job that the team has done last year. One of the visions that I came up with is called Beyond the Bench. The reason being because things that we need to do outside the courtroom is what Case Trio has done. They have taken the vision and the ideas that I had and brought it to light, and I want to thank them, and I will read the names later. We've established this partnership with various community partners who offer education, training, basic needs to address the underlying issues, contributing to the evictions, and provide holistic support to those navigating the legal process. Each week, every Wednesday, Case Trio staff are allowed to stand in front of the court, address the programs that they have available, and be able to provide them the services, the certifications, the trainings that HCC provides. They're able to provide an overview, and I allow them to do this every Wednesday. Case Trio has provided space. We have provided space for Case Trio outside the courtroom in the hallway, which allows staff to connect with individuals as they leave the court and they come to court. Some will stop. Some may not like the outcome, but they have been so patient to make sure that these individuals hear of all the services that HCC Case Trio provides. I want to just name a couple of people who have been vital in making sure that this program has been a tremendous success. First, I could not have done it without Dr. Brown, LaTanya Brown, for being able to take the idea and became really excited 3 years ago on how we can make this partnership stick. I would like to thank, of course, the president of the Central College, Dr. Siddiqui, Dr. Stacy Welcome, who's the Dean of Student Success, Dr. LaTanya Brown, Associate Dean, Student of Engagement, Eves Magular, Admission Advisor, Jasmine Brown, Admission Advisor, Sylvia Carter, Admission Advisor, Sarah Obie, Admission Advisor. But there are two people that I really want to highlight because it's these two individuals who come every Wednesday. No matter if it's raining, whatever it is, they are there and they are present. That is Benjamin Delavari, who's the Case Trio financial coach, who does an amazing job to make sure that he see through that these students get enrolled and he's enrolling them on the spot. Maya Carroll, Enrollment Services. Without Maya, I don't think that this program would be as successful as it is today. Ms. Annette Lott, Enrollment Officer. I just want to thank these individuals. Now let's get to the numbers. Because of Benjamin and Maya, not only do they help here locally, but they go out in the community beyond the bench to make sure that we're able to capture these people. The reason why this is so important, you have to understand, when you have eviction court, they're getting ready to face challenges in their life that make them become homeless after they leave me. There is no output but to see the arms of Maya and Benjamin when they walk through those doors and say, we can help you if you just say yes. And they get them to say yes. So within this year alone, since the last time I was here, 468 families said yes to HCC. Indirectly or directly, they have made an impact. Just on yesterday, in the middle of my court, a person walked up, and of course we had to let them go the other way because I was in the middle of court. They just came back to say thank you. This person was facing homelessness. She didn't have anywhere to go. Because she met Maya and Benjamin, she came back yesterday to tell them thank you. She thought they was going to be there yesterday, but Benjamin was here today. And so I just want to tell y'all thank you for allowing this program to continue to work in JP 71. No other court as of this year was doing it, but since we have been so successful, other courts are inviting HCC to come to the other JP courts throughout Harris County. So even though the program is a success, we cannot do it without you, because you all had to say yes for them to even come and partner with me. And I want to tell you thank you. My staff, one of my staff members is here, who's actually the one that coordinates everything to Beyond the Bench, which is Valerie Atara. She works very closely with the organizations that are in the courtroom. Eviction is not a thing that none of us wants to hear. And then as I close, evictions faces everyone. I had lawyers who have been evicted out of my court, engineers who have been evicted out of our court. I've had doctors, because they lost their practice after COVID, that lost their homes due to foreclosure. So eviction faced everyone. So for you all to be present at my court every week, to give these families an opportunity to get their GED, family services, referrals, free training, truck driving training, phlebotomy training, ultrasound training. I can tell you everything that when they come back and say thank you to a judge and write me letters to say because case trio, and they'll say them people out there, they don't know their name. They say them people out there that's in that red, they had that black red thing, tell them thank you. And so I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. The Bible says if there's 100, do you go after the 99 or do you go after the one? Thank y'all for caring about the one. Thank you.
Aisha Franklin. Yolanda Nelms.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hope you guys are doing well because you look well.
Well, thank you.
My name is Yolanda Nelms, a former paralegal in the Office of General Counsel for the sum of 5 years. Unfortunately, I resigned from my position due to a hostile work environment that I was thrust into after filing my disability. For a moment, I would just like to take a moment to give a little bit of my story in order to address the back to work plan from HCC. So if we could just take a moment to think back to COVID and how COVID changed a lot of our lives. At an instant, I found myself, I was on a cruise with my kids. I came back and boom, I was told that, hey, you're gonna be working from home, 100% remote. And so, of course, this was so new. I have my two amazing sons back there. At the time, one was in first grade and the other one was supposed to start pre-K. If you guys know, working with the Chromebooks and everything, I just was not going to send a kid to pre-K so I could teach them how to learn the computer and navigate through COVID at that time. So we came home and HCC, I started doing my work for HCC. I was in a two-bedroom apartment. My son had to do his schooling, so he was closed off in one area. I was closed off in one area at home with a toddler. And I want to just fast forward. I give you that to say, once we received that call on, the random meeting on September 1st at 4:30 p.m., we received a meeting on our calendar stating that there was a mandatory meeting for all staff. We entered this meeting, and mind you, this is before Labor Day weekend. We were told that we were to return back to work for 5 days, back to the normal schedule. And this just brings me to wonder if head of households were considered in this decision. As you know, 4:30 on a Friday was nearly not enough time to contact any daycare workers, any after-school care facilities. I literally struggled for until I resigned, so about 4 months of trying to find childcare, trying to just navigate the uncertain waters in the immediate return to work plan. One thing I will say, I would just like to bring the attention that COVID was something new to all of us, and we displayed that flexibility. I remember the first time I put all the apps for Houston Community College on my small little Chromebook, and it literally died immediately. So that just shows me that it was just, we all were flexible, and I just don't feel like the no time, no notice was considerate to head of households to make any arrangements. That's part one. And also, prior to my resigning, I sought out resolutions regarding the work conditions that I found myself in, and I was unsuccessful. So my goal today is to hopefully receive clear solutions regarding the questions I outlined. So number one, there was a workplace market survey. I'm not sure if you guys were aware. There was a survey done for the college, I guess to see if all of the jobs were on market rate. I am aware of this survey. I did ask in several ways how to receive the results, but I haven't. So I would like results of that survey.
Ms.
That's-
Nelms, I hate to cut you off, but your 4 minutes are up.
Oh, okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me, and I'll definitely get this over to you guys. Have a beautiful day. Thank you.
We appreciate the concerns raised here today during the hearing of the citizens portion of the meeting. If the matters you raised are not included on the board agenda, state law, specifically the Texas Open Meetings Act, prohibits the board from discussing or taking actions on these issues at this board meeting. The comments provided will be taken into consideration, and we thank you so much for taking the time to come and speak with us. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda to be set aside for discussion?
Madam Chair, 13.
Number 13. Okay. Is that the only item? Okay, the following items were not approved by the committee and are pulled from the agenda. Item number 13. Right? Here it is.
13 was approved by the committee.
Oh, I thought you
Trustee-
said. I thought he wanted to pull it for discussion.
He wants to pull it for discussion, but it was approved
Yes.
by the committee, so we'll just move on with approving the balance of the consent agenda, and then we'll come back to that
We're
one
gonna-
for discussion.
Yeah, that's right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Yes, second. Okay, it has been approved and second. Okay, the following item was not approved. And it was pulled for discussion. Will be pulled for,
So-
because you want to discuss it.
But item 13 has been pulled, so the motion is to approve the balance of the consent agenda, which is every item except for
Every item except
13.
13.
So we have a motion and a second, and now there will be a vote on the consent agenda with the exception of item 13.
Exception of item 13.
Correct.
Vote yes.
Receive, Trustee Laredo.
So, Adriana,
Thank you.
this is Adriana Tomez. It's yes for me, okay?
Received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Now we will consider item 30. Wait, it didn't come up yet.
Wait a minute. Wrong one.
Okay. We will now consider item number 13. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved in second. We will now have a discussion regarding the item.
Chair.
Yes.
I consider honorary degrees for Houston Community College to be a very a privilege, and I hold that in high esteem. And I'm concerned with one of the honorees currently running for political office, and I wonder whether that will reflect upon this board as being partisan and taking sides. So that's why I've pulled this item, and I'll be abstaining on this vote.
Other comments in reference to item 13? No?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I am not aware of any practice or regulation of not doing it. I also see this as a very big honor, and I am honored to put forward the person that I put forward today. So I hope that we can vote to move those forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I noticed that the bio for my nominee is forthcoming. It was submitted, and there are some changes that have to be added to the bio. So the second revision has been submitted.
Submitted to Board Services. Okay. Okay, Trustee Reichard, I apologize for calling you Monica, but Trustee Reichard, I understand what you're saying because it's each trustee's choice to choose whomever they believe has represented their district and is deserving. So I agree with your comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No? No other comments? Okay. If there are no other comments, we're now ready to vote on item number 13.
Sharon, this is Adriana Tamez. It's yes for me.
Received?
Eva Laredo, yes.
Received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0-1, one abstaining.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I want to confirm that item number 20 included the monthly investment report, which was actually behind the topics for discussion. Are we discussing the monthly investment report again? That's part of the consent agenda. It was part of the consent. It's just put in the wrong place? So,
Wrong place in the book.
yeah, it's behind topics for discussion. Half of it is in front, half of it is behind. So I just wanted to make the notation that we won't be discussing the monthly investment report. It's done. Okay.
There are motion to approve item A, website redesign with content management system, CMS, recommendations and CMS development, project number RFP 23-57.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, trustees. This item presents for board approval to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with OHO Interactive to provide a complete website redesign replacement service with a content management system in accordance with RFP 23-57. This redesign is a compliance requirement in accordance with U.S. Department of Education standards, which provides federal funding for our students. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Hines to the podium to present the item.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, trustees and Chancellor. So you should have before you the action item, which has a lot of information on that.
I chose HCC because
So there's a lot of information on the action item itself, and I'll go through that briefly with you, and then we'll talk about any other questions you may have. So the summary of procurement has a lot of data as well, and I'll go through it also if you choose to do that. So this is for the website redesign and the content management system, and for those of you that don't know what a content management system is, that is a piece of the new website that will help our internal people learn, and if they're not, full-time programmers and authors, on a website, they can learn to do that, and this helps them do that with the program. So the current website was designed and implemented in 2017, had a small tune-up in 2019. It is one of the items I hear the most complaints about HCC in terms of access from all types of people. We currently receive complaints particularly about enrollment and some of the board action items that they're trying to get to, notes on that. Long list of functions. I'll highlight some of those that we'll take care of with this purchase. So we'll be able to complete the enrollment process. We also have working with the Office of Civil Rights for ADA compliance on our website. And again, to give you an idea what that means, you don't think about it unless you deal with that, but it's like, for example, color, audio, being able to tab through the site as you go through and not have to use a mouse or a pad. Another highlight, the foundation access, which is important to you. See how much money we gather through the foundation. HCC higher education affiliations that we have. The Office of Veteran and Military Affiliated Student Access are there. Advisor Access. The recruitment tool for support for talent engagement. Financial aid processing, that's a key one for our students that come to HCC. They need to be able to get to that through our website easily and navigate that. Major support tool for HB8 initiatives as we track those. Academic advising and enrollment services, and then also the HCC alumni information and portal. Total purchase price for a 5-year contract, if we choose to execute all the years, is $1.227 million. I would like to recognize Don Majors. If Don, if you're here, you'll stand up. Don was the Executive Director for Project Manage and Change Management. We had a 9-person scoring committee that worked on this process. We started in May of last year. These people were trained by an outside consultant to come in and learn about websites. That's not something that everybody knows about, how to build them. So we brought them in. We also had 6 technical advisors on this going through with procurement through the process. And everybody worked diligently to bring this forward today. Project also external website consultants. We had a consultant interview 70 people, including students, faculty, administration, to find out what their experiences were and what their concerns were with our website. We had a scoring compliance development, scoring cumulative of 9, as I mentioned, the committee, 6 technical consultants, and then we created the solicitation scope trended to this solicitation. And then HCC's commitment to the OCR, we're supposed to launch this program in first quarter of 2024. That's where we are today. We've got here, we're moving forward. So you've got in front of you now the procurement item. I'd be happy to address any questions on that. This would be funded from FY24 operating budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair? I'm sorry, Madam Chair?
Trustee Reichart?
Marshall, number one, I'm so glad you're working with OCR. I know when I worked in government, that was a big thing that a lot of governments don't do and they really need to do to make sure their websites are handicap accessible. It's federal law, but it falls through the cracks everywhere. So I'm very glad that you did that. My question is, you know, whenever you see a change of administration in like City of Houston or, you know, the county and a lot of government websites, it turns into this Frankenstein monster of adding little pieces, taking away little pieces, broken links, messy, inconsistent. Are these people ready to take the website down to the studs and come up with a system that is, you know, visually appealing, but also doesn't become this kind of hodgepodge of remove this head, you know, take this body, you know, pin it on here? That's my biggest frustration when administrations change in government. It's how horrible their websites become. And I was wondering if we're willing to do, if this is contract would take into consideration truly taking the website and doing a complete redesign to where you have consistency and appeal and helpfulness.
So, very good question, trustee. Yes, we're going to basically start from scratch with that and move it forward, and it will touch all areas. And as I mentioned, it's from 2017, it had a little refresh in 2019, and working with so many people, you know, as I said, we have about 25 items that we hope to solve with this and move forward. So we're not just going to take and, you know, pick and choose and kind of paste together a redo of this. We're starting out with a whole new website.
Thank you, Marshall.
Yes.
That's good to know. Any other questions, Sean?
Thanks for the for the overview. Just connecting some dots for me. The presentation that we heard last week with the great work that's been done in reimagining the website to improve enrollment, has the vendor that's been recommended for selection, have they been involved in that process, or has that work been packaged up and sent to them and included in their bid?
No, that's a great question to help bring you up. So we have had a lot of initiatives moving forward, but a lot of them don't fully work properly, and there's some disconnect if we're not up to date on our website itself. So this works in content with that, and then it moves forward. It helps us move the pieces where the website will interact with all the initiatives we have across the college. And there are many that are in flight right now. And we're, as I said, we have the OCR issue, but we also have, you know, as you've heard today, we want to be the best college. We want to be the best. And I see this as the best way to get students in. It's so critical to us for so many different reasons. And I'm not going to go through those with you again or force you to listen to me talk about them anymore, but thank you.
Then follow-up question on that, or unless you wanted to. So from a project management engineering standpoint, commissioning is always the worst part. And so I'm curious about how commissioning is worked in terms of the timing in the procurement agreement, in the contract, as well as the cost. The 2.27 million that's envisioned, does that include some additional kind of contingency for commissioning? Would that be incremental? And I'm assuming that's built into the 3 one-year extension periods. But just if you could speak to that, is how much flexibility we have built into the contract to ensure that when the vendor demobilizes, we've got a perfectly working to our satisfaction tool, and we're not on the hook for incremental cost to get it there.
Yes, sir. So you have a 5-year contract that's on the table here with us, and the first 2 years are the heavy lift. That's when we redesign, redeploy, you know, bring in, and of course, all of our IT folks are involved deeply with that. All of our marketing and communications, you know, everyone across the system has some interest in what we're doing. So the first 2 years will take care of that. Then we have 3 one-year options that allow us to bring in someone to help tune us, lead us if we move forward. And that content management component I mentioned, the goal is to train some of our people to be content managers so that we don't have a annuity that goes on having them to run the website for us. Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee Wilson.
Okay. Trustee Cheevan, I think I'm reading it as 1.2 million over 5 years, not 2.2. Okay. And that's 1.2 million is over a 5-year period, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm just, your 200.2 phase percentage allocation is just, that's beyond my comprehension, how you all come up with those numbers. So I'll just pass on that one.
Chancellor.
Well, I was just going to indicate once again that a number of institutions have been sued primarily because of the website accessibility issue. And we know that with COVID, the website content really has to be available for all populations, and particularly as we look at ADA requirements as well. So for example, for the blind, there needs to be, for example, screen readers. For those students and the persons who want to enroll who are deaf, they need to have the captioning. And then for those who have the weak grasp but cannot grasp a mouse, they need the voice recognition software. And so we need to add all of those features to ensure that we are in compliance. And of course, we have until the end of February to ensure that we are addressing the issues.
Yes.
Trustee Davies.
Mr. Hines, thanks for the presentation. You referenced that there was a committee that assisted with the procurement process. My question, I don't know, I know this is a procurement item, but is there a committee that might help guide the vendor primarily around the user experience? So when you're building a website, there's the technical side of what all the requirements are that you need to meet. But then there's the user experience side. So I don't know if you have a similarly situated 9-person panel, perhaps Ms. Dawn will continue her service. And if you have that kind of panel together, I think we also ought to involve some of the students because they're the ones who are primarily having to utilize the website so that everything from mobile capabilities, because I'm part of faculty and I know that students, for example, when they're using tools like Canvas, I've never dreamt of logging onto Canvas on a cell phone, but my students do it, and they're like, we can't access Blackboard, we couldn't see this. So I think it's critically important that that user experience is part of this development process.
Yes, sir. This, for me personally, this is going to be a very fantastic, interesting process. And HCC has not had this opportunity in quite some time. So we've got a great consultant that's working independently of the vendor that's helping us out, that helped us get through the procurement, that helped us educate, that helped us write the scope of work. And then the committee, as I mentioned, not everyone is a technology expert in website development. So we had teaching scenarios about how to look at the proposals as they came in. So this was one of the most sophisticated, complicated procurements that I've been involved with. And that's why I wanted to thank the 9 executives that were involved with that, the IT people, our consultant that we used. And I look forward to it. And yes, sir, the students are absolutely, those are the ones that we're doing all this for. And, if they can't do it off their phone today, we have missed the mark. And a lot of the things that we try to do on our website, you cannot use on your phone. So that's one of our big goals.
Trustee Stallworth.
So I want to make sure I understand the contract terms, because what is stated is that this is a 5-year, $1.227988.71 million contract, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But the contract term states that the contract term will be for 2 years with the option to renew for 3 additional 1-year terms.
Yes.
So those two things are confusing. So explain to me, is it 2 years and we have the option to renew and the 2 years is for 1.227? Or is it for 5 years at 1.227 without us having the option to renew?
You're being asked today to approve the full amount as if we exercised all those 1-year options. If we do not do that and we're successful in creating people internally that can manage this process, we will not spend that money in those extra 2 or 3 years. If we do it in 1 year or 2 years, and if we never get there, then we can go do it externally as well. But the goal is this 1.227 million is for the entire 5-year, 2-year term contract plus 3 1-year renewals.
So if we don't use the option to renew, if we don't use the 3 additional 1-year terms, we will have still paid $1.227 million.
No, we will save it's about $120,000 a year approximately for those outer 3 years, because that's just maintenance and guiding the local people who are trying to take over the website and manage it today.
Okay. Your Evaluator 5 and Evaluator 8 represents the Department of Auxiliary Application System and has in-depth understanding of the commodity and service requirements. So you had 2 evaluators from the Department of Auxiliary Application Systems, correct?
I'm just turning to the page where it talks about the evaluation committee, and as I mentioned, there were 9 of them, and it gives you their description, where they're from and what they are. We don't ever list their names, so they can't be influenced.
So 2 are from the one department? That's the question.
So you've got, I'll just read them off for the full board. Department of Communications and Marketing, consultant has in-depth understanding of commodity and service requirements, Evaluator 2. Evaluator 3, Public Information Office. Evaluator 4, Enterprise Systems Administration, so that would be an IT person. Represent Department of Auxiliary Application System. Represents the Department of Enterprise Business Application. Represents the Department of Assistant Vice Chancellor of Enrollment Services. That's one of our main goals in this new initiative. 8, represents the Department of Auxiliary Application Systems. and 9 represents the Department of Instructional Services. So that's, again, a key person that we've got good for diversity, and probably very few of those people had the knowledge, to do this. That's why we brought in a consultant to help tell them what to look for in proposals and in questions to ask, and how we developed our scope. Before we even launched in May, we had written a very good scope, compared it to other colleges, and moved forward. So I hope I answered your question in that discussion.
I'm just confirming that 2 evaluators are from the one department.
Trustee Van Start, can I ask you a question? Are you referring to 4 and
4 and 8.
6 because it reads the same, am I correct?
Right, 4 and 8 actually read exactly the same.
8?
So that's 2 people from one department. I just needed to clarify that there are 2 people from one department that are participating.
My evaluator 4 represents the Enterprise System Administration, and evaluator 8 represents the Department of Auxiliary
So
Applications.
evaluator 5 and evaluator 8.
Oh, 5.
Department of Auxiliary Applications.
Yes, 5 and
System.
8 would be the same department.
They're the same department. Now, we have a list of software packages that were purchased and parked in the system. Those software packages originally were to be incorporated into the website. What is the list of that? It would be good to know, for this board to know what the list of those software packages that were supposed to have been incorporated into the website. And the reason why I ask this question is because at the national conventions, these software companies are actually at the national convention, and they made it very clear that they've already sold us some software packages but we have not. I've not seen those packages implemented on the website. So it would be good to know what software packages we have that we're currently not using that we should have implemented for student services and support and some of the other foundational support, but it was student driven, that we've not used, and if it's going to be utilized for this website. We need to know what those software packages are. And my final comment is the recommended supplier with all of the Ivy League institutions. Ivy League institutions utilize software and utilize web services with a different standard for student hardware, for the hardware that students can't afford. And so we know the cell phone thing, our students, the vast majority of them only use their cell phone because that's all they have. So it would be good to know how that's going to be implemented, because we know that 3 clicks in, you lose them. And so I want to make sure that Ivy League institutions have a different standard and they implement certain aspects into their website for that standard. So I just want to make sure that our students who use their cell phones for their entire college life at HCC, that their cell phone use is not going to be impacted by this standard, and this standard would actually incorporate the use of their cell phone 100% of the time, rather than the assumption that they may be using a cell phone and a computer.
Sure. I appreciate the question, your first one about the software packages. I'll have to get with the IT group as well as Ramel's group on the marketing side and check on that. And on the Ivy League, the top all have, some Ivy League, but also they all have a tremendous amount of community college service as well. So we did not pick anybody that would not be qualified to do our work here at HCC.
So can they send you the list of community colleges that they have worked with?
I'm sure that we can get that.
I'd rather see that than this. It would give, it's a greater comfort zone. if I
Trustee
see
Starwood,
community
could
colleges.
you do a favor for all of us? Could you let Marshall know exactly what you need? Because you're going more into detail than we're comprehending. So would you just send him an email so he can get everything that you think will be beneficial?
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay, Marshall? She'll email you, and I think,
I would prefer have her write it, and send it.
That's what I said,
yeah,
send you an email.
That'd be fine. And I'm not in there during the discussions or the evaluation period, but, all the ones that I looked at all had great experience, and they're not just, Ivy League schools. So that's all I had for that answer.
Okay. She'll
And
email you
the price is really a good price, because originally we were what, 4 million and 3
Okay.
million?
It was, the original price was $3.5 million. I inherited that. I don't know where the number came from.
I have no idea.
But we had such a close stack, in terms of the bidders, that we feel like we got a really good value.
Okay, well, she's going to email you,
Okay.
and we'll complete that. One more question,
One,
Sean.
one additional follow-up question, just again to help me up the learning curve. So for that 2-year first term, is it simply time-bound, or are there performance guarantees or delivery guarantees built in that? So like, I understand that in years 3 through 5, the software vendor's presence would ramp down and be focused more on training, but if project execution doesn't go as planned and that timeline extends beyond the initial 2-year window, would we be on the hook for supplemental funding to finish out, or is it more a lump sum bid to deliver in that 2-year term?
Those are very good questions, and you don't have this backup, but this is on the proposal. This is an example of year 1. This is, they've got 20 things to do, and it's based on milestones and complications, not just time. All right.
That's it? Okay. Voting. We will now vote on item A. Voting is now open.
Trustee Laredo? Dr. Tomaz? Neither one responded. Trustee Laredo? You're muted.
Hear you. She just talked.
You may be muted, Trustee Laredo. Unfortunately, we're not able to hear you at. Okay. So, unfortunately, at this time, we cannot count that vote. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Okay. Personnel agenda.
Second.
Item C, personnel agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, trustees. This item presents the faculty personnel agenda, as was indicated by the chair, for your review and approval. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Anderson to present the item.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The item is for your approval of faculty contracts. On this month's agenda, we have 2 faculty that come before you. One of them is an external hire, and the other one is a full-time coming into a full-time temp coming into a full-time position, which requires board approval because it is a contracted position.
Questions? No questions? Okay, if there are no questions, we will now vote on item C.
Thank you.
Trustee Laredo? We're still unable to hear your vote. To not prolong, we will proceed. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Okay. We will move to item D, HCC Foundation Quarterly Report. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item presents the quarterly report regarding the HCC Foundation. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Ms. Karen Schmidt to present the report. Schmidt.
Thank you very much, Board Chair, Trustees, and Chancellor. The very first thing I'd like to be able to share with you is you see a very nice black bag with some red tissue paper. Inside the black bag is a wonderful tumbler that says I love HCC on it, and it's brought to you by the HCC Foundation.
Thank you
and
so much.
it's an absolutely wonderful tumbler along with a wonderful journal book. Also, what you've got in front of you that has been loaded up in Novus, that is the HCC Foundation Quarterly Report, which is really the annual report for fiscal year 23, which is our gratitude report, and we also have a copy of that for you that was put on your on your chairs and your workstations today. And really what I'm here to do tonight is to be able to say thank you so very, very much for your leadership and support. And also thank you to all of the leaders here in the room for your leadership and support. And you're all reflected in the gratitude report. And now a word from our sponsor. The scholarship application for the HCC scholarships is now open, and it is available, and this is now being transmitted on all of the flyers are available, and for the very first time we have it in both English and Spanish, and you can see it in English and Spanish for the scholarship application for foundation scholarships, and those flyers are available. I'd also like to, if I can do it real fast, move forward real fast to be able to show you. And, oops, went too fast. On Saturday, April 20th, we would like to invite all of you to the HCC Foundation, where dreams take flight, celebrating the power of education. As Trustee Prieta Vanderbilt Stallworth is doing, we are honoring Dr. Ruth Simmons at our gala, and would like to just be able to put in an invitation to all of you to the gala. Most importantly, it's my job to ask, and so I have an ask for you as the Board of Trustees. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the invitations that are going to go out next week and who are just in the process of going to the printers, so there is still room on the printers for the HCC Board of Trustees to be able to do the platinum sponsorship for you all collectively to come together and to do the platinum sponsorship at $50,000. Wouldn't that be wonderful if you all came together and did that? That is my very special ask for this evening. So just so you know, we look forward to seeing you all on Saturday evening at the Hilton Americas for our gala celebrating Dr. Ruth Simmons, and we hope that you all, if you won't do the platinum sponsorship, that you all will purchase a table, and it is at $5,000 to be able to purchase a table, and we look forward to seeing you all there. And in the interest of time, I submit my report. The HCC Foundation thanks you all, and we are a jewel for the HCC Community College. Thank you so very much for your support and for your leadership.
Oh, thank you so much. We'll move to item E, report on capital improvement program. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Trustees, this item presents the update of the capital improvement plan, as you indicated, and with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Hines and Ms. Mangeras to present the report. Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair, trustees, Chancellor. Samantha Manhattan is under the weather the last few days, so I'm going to be filling in for her today. Let's walk through this briefly. Just talk about major capital projects. I'm going to hit some of the highlights. Just talk about inflation has been fairly low for us, but we're seeing a 7% increase in starts in Harris County and construction projects, so that's going to drive materials and labor costs up a little bit. Everything right now, we pretty much have most of our budgets locked in. Pylon signs. This continues to be a problem with the two vendors we had early on. We're finishing up. You see the green dots on phase 2. Missouri City changed their policy, so that's why Missouri City doesn't have theirs, so that one's moving on. And coming out to procurement, again, is going to be phase 3, which is the balance of the remaining. So if you don't have a pylon sign in your district at some of your campuses, it is included in phase 3. And we started working on the building top signs. It's almost through with procurement. And here you see the schedule as you look at your campuses and looking at permitting through this process, that approval, contracting, submittals, permitting, fabrication, installation. This is very cautious work because you're working at the top of the buildings, especially the tall ones. You're also drilling through our envelope of the building, so to speak, and you're also running cables through there. So we want to make sure we do that correctly, and they're structurally sound. The 2.0 program, that's an update on those projects as we go forward. I won't read all those lines to you. Then you look at CIP2, the last one, the culinary shell build out over to Culinary College, almost complete. 24 Q2, the early part. And then we look at 3.0, some smaller projects, the food service projects, the white boxes we had to build at different locations. West Loop Services, I was just talking with Madeline. She showed me some photos from today. It's underway and moving forward along. Remember, we have a June 30th completion date for this HERF MSI, or Minority Serving Institution money, and then 30 days after that to bill the projects. Projects in development, online college relocation, Foundita, we're looking at relocation, workforce, system-wide safety and security. You're going to hear more about this in the budget workshop 4 now, which will be in April. And we've talked about it. You heard Mr. McCracken speak at the last workshop that we had and talk about what's involved with that. It's a major project. It's something we have to do, and we'll be coming back to the board about funding this project. System-wide safety and security programs, again, it's a big, long list. You see PA systems, lighting, panic alarms, Code Blue emergencies, the 3200 garage, which is right across the street here. And the CIP financials, going through those, you can read those at your leisure. We have everything under budget. We also talked before, we have about $11 million left in CIP 2013 bond money that's there, and we need to either use that or probably pay that back. And so thank you very much for the presentation. I'll truncate it there, and that will give you back some time.
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Okay, item F, G, and H will be considered after closed session. The board will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board or on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting of a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at,
6:25 PM.
for those trustees joining closed session by video conference, please be reminded to disconnect from the open session portion of the meeting and join closed session with the WebEx link provided for closed session.
We are.
The open portion of the meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System is now reconvened at
8:17 PM.
Is there a motion to approve item F?
Madam Chair, I move that we reject the settlement demand as it relates to the proposed settlement regarding the charge of discrimination filed by an HCC employee and proceed as discussed in closed session.
You need a second?
Second.
It has been moved and second. We will now vote.
Give me 1 second. Let me record that motion, please. Trustee Laredo
Approve.
and Trustee Reichart?
Vote yes.
Okay. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 2 abstaining.
Is there a motion to approve item G, approve a one-time variance to the board bylaws relating to Article G, Section 9D and 9E?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Is there any discussion on the item? If there's no discussion, we will now vote on item G.
Sharon, that's a yes for me.
Receive.
Eva Laredo.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Is there a motion to approve item H?
Madam Chair, I move that we reject the settlement demand and direct counsel to proceed with mediation as discussed in closed session.
It has been moved in second. We will now vote.
May I get the second again?
Trustee Wilson.
Okay. And let me also enter that motion, please.
Oh, you want to hear the motion again?
No, to reject the settlement and proceed as discussed in closed session.
Sharon, yes. Eva Laredo.
Okay, received. Received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Meeting is hereby adjourned at
8:21 PM.
Good night, everyone.